Well, hello, hello, hello. Things are running a little slow today, but we are, as you saw in the A319 Toliss, getting it ready to roll to Philadelphia. Just getting some things here to hope keep us from losing our screens like we did the last time. All right, so we are just about to that point. Let's do that one more time. There we go. All right, so let's get outside real quick. Gotta love it. Nice windy day here in the Caribbean. The trees are bristling in the wind. Gotta love X-Plane 12. Yeah, I hear y'all in the distance, but you know what? Really is a good sim. All right, Toliss A319-132 on the line. Now, what's the difference? All right, an A319 is an A319. However, the last three digits, that actually last two digits, you'll always have the one because it's a 100 series until they ever come up with, hey, who said you could drive in front of us here, Mr. Fuel Truck? Come on now. Really? You couldn't see us out here on the flight line? Anyway, 112 is the CFM version. The 132 is the IAE, and I believe, and I know you folks that love that engine because there seems to be a bunch. That's the Pratt and Whitneys. Now, I always thought it might mean the Trents, but from what I understand, it probably is the Pratt and Whitney. See, he realized we were out there and didn't drive over us. Boy, I tell you, drivers today. Anyway, so that's the difference when you see the numbers here. Now, I screwed up, put a 100 CFM. That's because, American decided to drop a 132 on me here at the line instead of a 112. So, it happens. No, just kidding, folks. I just forgot to change that here. So, but again, we are in the IAE. I'm actually not a fan of these engines, and it's really just eye candy. To me, that's the real difference between them. They're the same size engine, folks. Contrary to belief, it's just one has more steel than the other. The thing I like about the CFMs, instead of the whole side of the engine sliding back like you see a normal reverse thrust, they have fins open up around. I'm an old, in that sense, that's one of the few things I liked about DC-9s. 737, 200, seeing that clam open up behind them. Oh, and don't forget the KC-135s and many other 707s. Strike that. I'm not sure if the 707s did that or not, but I do know the 135s did because we had them here. So I just kind of like that, folks. That's just me, though. We all have what we like. So, but anyway, here's the animal for today. Downwind Sim, welcome, welcome, welcome in. Hope you as well are doing well. Hey, we are doing great, folks. Coming off 3 days off, tomorrow back to work. We're doing really good. Folks we're in, haven't seen them in 3 years. Compliments of the C word. That C word being COVID. Um, so, so yeah, they got to come in, see the grandchild, see the new abode we live in, and all the kids were here as well. You're back from traveling. Awesome with work. I'll bet you are. I'll bet you are, Downwind. All right. Well, we hope to, I know you're getting back home, getting your ground legs back in, but we're getting ready to go to Philadelphia from here. As we titled it, The City of Brotherly Love, Will They Show Us Some Love? Well, they're always known to kill you. They love to kill you there, so, and not with happiness. Been there too many times, folks. Probably have several t-shirts of it. And yes, Philadelphia, yep, that nails it to a T. All right, folks, we are we're powered up in the sense we're on the external power. Well, heck, you caught me as we came in. I didn't think to get out of there. The song caught up with me. All right, let me just move that up. All right, so you can see that we're on. Actually, I could have left them on. Oh, well. We're on the external power. All I need to do is get our alignment started. Just want to make sure my lights are good first. And make sure nothing up there. And down below. Alrighty, looks good to me. Alright, we're going to go ahead, turn off the dome. And we've armed the emergencies. Alright, APU fire check. We'll go ahead and do engine 1, engine 2, and then we'll just get right into it. We have fueled the aircraft, so let's do that real quick. Pre-flight with Sim Toolkit. Let's see if, no, it's not speeding up. Gonna be one of those kind of days, folks. Alright, well, it is what it is. We'll deal with it. Maybe. Hello, Sim Toolkit, or not Sim Toolkit. OBS is the culprit right now. Alright, OBS is being a little booger right now, folks, so bear with it. Hopefully you all are having a decent stream. Always remember, folks, if you miss something here or something messes up here, you can always find your way over to, holy crap, something is really bogging the system down. And I'm running with bare minimums today. Wow. All right, so it's going to be that kind of day. Okay. So if you go there, you can catch all of our videos, folks. We do not edit, so you're getting a rebroadcast of what we did here on YouTube without the ability to chat, unfortunately. So who knows? If I find out it's Twitch causing the problems, I may switch over to YouTube. If it's OBS, well, I don't know what I'm going to do. That is correct. It has. We've actually had quite a warm February here. Begs to make me wonder, what are we in store for in March? All right, I'm just waiting on OBS to respond. There it goes. There we go. All right, well, we'll work with it there. All right, so Sim Toolkit's up. Okay, there's really something is bogging the system down here. I wonder what is afoot. Anyway, we're going to take off runway 8. Here's where we're at. And here's the route again. If you need it, exclamation mark route in the chat room. We'll bring it up for you. Loadout for today. 116 brave souls behind me in the aircraft. Wanting to take a trip. They really are taking a brave souls to be heading to Philadelphia. But anyway, 26,680 pounds of payload. You see the zero fuel weight, and we're going to put a little over 23,000 pounds of fuel to get us there before we put all the shielding up and all to protect us as we get into the city of brotherly love to shoot you. Anyway. All right, so there you go there. Current METAR here. 110 at 9. 10:17, pretty day. Speaking of that we were here in the St. Louis area. Yeah, it has actually really been nice this month, folks. Sure, the weathermen are going to say, it's going to go down as one of the warmest. Why don't we just say nicest? Because you know what, folks? That's really what it was here in St. Louis. February can be a bear here in the Midwest. And this, well, we'll take any year. Believe me, we'll take it. Just a few days that were cold, but you know what? Man, It was really nice here. Now we'll see what March has, and we've already seen it. The Midwest has already seen the start of it, with a big line of thunderstorms coming out of the plains, heading east. Some were laying the word Derocio on it, which means basically a severe storm system, staying severe several hundred miles and many people affected. Put the emphasis on many people affected, because if it goes through the south, they rarely call them that. But if it touches the God Almighty Northeast, oh my God, Armageddon came at us. The storm of the century, even though we just had one 2 days ago. So there you got, folks, the flight. Let's see, can I bring that? No, because it's going to center. We'll get up there. You'll see it here soon, folks, but we're not going to be able to show that weather. Well, maybe I can. Let me see if I back out. There's what I'm talking about, this mother of all storms. Look at all that snow in Canada, or otherwise known as Canada. So a couple lines of storms, but they came through Chicago, probably close to severe limits, and also you get an idea. And by the way, look, here's where we're going. It could be there. Maybe, maybe not. We'll find out. All right, so that's Sim Toolkit, folks. Maybe it'll disappear. We'll find out. There it goes. Like I said, OBS and a lot of things on my system right now are running really slow. Not really sure what it is, so. All right, so let's get into it, shall we? You all came here to fly with Mike. Well, let's get some flying done. All right, so we left off with the pre-flight, so we're going to continue on. We've got the aircraft. Well, let's bring up the Toliss. Okay, now I had this asked of me. This interactive simulation control system, otherwise, as you saw in the plugin, ISCS screen, basically is what helps us set the plane up. We can go from the kind of situation. Do we want the sharklets on it or the normal wingtip fences? Do we want DC, DUS? I'll be honest, I have no idea. SATCOM antenna. Do we want it imperial or not? And so forth. So performance, how old is it? Is it an old plane or a new plane? Same with the engines. Things do kind of give you some, you're set right there, folks. Then you can load it, 116 peeps, 23,000. That's as close as I think I could get. You know, I didn't try. So I could get to 22.8. I'll get to that in just the performance is, for me, amazing. Hang on, let me pull something up. I don't know if it'll do it over here. Yeah. Does that help you out there, downwind? And again, just for those curious, there's my graphic settings for the system I have to give you an idea how the system is performing. I would say not bad too. So, all right. So let's get back to ToLis here. Want to check our fuel. 193 is good. Save. And, oh, we're not up on the zero fuel weight. Hang on. Zero fuel weight of 8. 119.8. Huh. All right, that'll have to do. Cool. We got a little bit more cargo coming out here, a little bit more room in the tanks. I mean, in the bays. All right, then you got your ground services. You get it off. The big one, though, up here, folks, is this one. You put your SimBrief ID in here. That's going to allow you to pull from your SimBrief generated operational flight plan into the McDo, along with performance. Secondly, there is a way to log into CPDLC. I haven't had any chance to try this, so I don't know how this all works. So a lot of great stuff here. Now they are slowly moving to where you can use down here the mechanic, flight attendant, there's a couple pages there, or the EFB over here with takeoff performance, landing checklists, and so forth. So I say, let's see, we've 23.2, so we're full of fuel. Pumps on. Master switch on for the APU. Whoops. And waiting for flap open. Now, the ACARS messaging comes across here, folks. Again, I haven't had a chance to try logging in to somebody to try to talk to them, or I should say text, send messages to them. Hoping to give that a try soon. On. And then the APU is firing up. So really a neat feature. All right, while the APU fires up, we'll get the cockpit lighting all set. And let's see, looks good. Elevation there is normal. Down here, lighting looks good, and on my screens, okay. All right, just about. Let's look down here. Ground spoilers down, flaps up, transponder on, radar off. Radio freaks for now set. All right, looks like we are available. We'll find out. Yep, we are available. So we'll kick on the APU bleed. Probe heat is auto. If it's dark, folks, it's either on or auto, depending if auto's next to it. Air conditioning panel, all the lights are out, and they are. Cross bleed is set to auto, and temperatures up a little, down a little. And the Gen 1, Gen 2 fault lights are on because the engines are not running. Come off the ground power. And the ventilation panel is dark, no lights, which again means they're either on or in the auto position. All right, folks, that is the initial part. Now let's get started up here. Let's go to status. ADIRU1 on, looking for on bat. On bat, when it goes out, we go to 3. Okay, continuing on. Strobes are auto, and the nav lights, we got them set on number 2. Number 1, folks, the only difference is, well, there is no difference. Same lights out there, it's just there's 2 bulbs. You're on the other bulb. In case one's burned out. That way you can continue without having to wait for maintenance to come change a bulb. Nav logo lights. Okay, we did that. Seatbelts on. Smoking is set. I've got it set on. Emergency lights armed. Landing elevation right here in the middle is auto. And pack flow is set to normal, and our fuel pumps are on. We've done our fire checks. We're ready to do the McDo. McDo, be-do, be-do, do, did do. Okay, there you see A319-132 with the IAE engines. Looks good. Make sure the current cycle, if you're those kind of pilots like me that like to fly, when you pull a flight plan up, you want it to load. By that I mean, if you get it from SimBrief and it's one of the real world ones, you want it to load. Well, it's got to be up to date to real world for that, folks. So otherwise, pick your route. Again, it's to each their own here. All right, so let's go to the initialization page. Now, we can click right here and load it up, or there are ways through the McDo menu here, ATSU, to do it as well. And it just probably did the same thing. Look at that, filled it all in. All right, now our cost index is 27, so we'll change that out. Now, before I click align, been working with this for a little bit. Go. Where the heck did it go? There it is. Where I can set up my coordinates here. So for stand 8, it's 19. Here, let me pull it up so you can see it. Okay. All right. If you're able, we're right here. Now it's not, well, it's going to show us. I don't have us showing on the map. That's the problem. So we're right here, stand 8. 5 through 8, use these coordinates. 19. Here's your latitude, 1917.7. Use your up, down to get you on it. Click over here for the longitude. West 81, 21, 4. So we need to go down. I think it's down. It did something weird last time. Oh, we got to go up again. Anyway, you want it to read the same. Now you're aligning it right to the spot you're at, not just the airfield reference point. So now when you click align, it's aligning to this lat long. Wind, I just do it here. And usually it gets all phases of flight. Go ahead and do it again. We'll do this again en route because, you know, 3 hours from now this may change. All right, so there you go, folks. We've got, looks like my microphone is banging big time today. All right, well, we'll just kind of go with it. I'm not going to try it because of these fun problems with OBS today. All right, so let's pull this out. You know, it's been a while since we've had OBS problems, so go figure. And I heard one streamer yesterday or saw something, or anyway, said OBS updated. Mine hasn't updated, so I don't know what happened. All right, so that gets the initialization page started, folks. Next up is the flight plan. Now it's going to come over just like you would get it in the real plane. You notice there's no SID, star, SID, runway, or anything like that in here. That is because, obviously, from the time dispatch made the flight plan, put it out on the system for you to retrieve, of course, weather can change. So, we are still blasting off on runway 8. And RIKEL 2, I believe, was our, yeah, RIKEL 2. So we'll just go up. No transition, so we'll temporary. And then we'll come down, make sure there's none. Okay, good. Go back to F plan. Well, we're still waiting on the IRS, which has 4 minutes to align. So we're just going to quick go through this, looking for discontinuities. We're almost there, folks. All right. Oh, there's one. Oh, but it's for the arrival. All right. All right. So currently they're on 9. They're on 9. Hang on. Right. Sorry, folks. Glad I wrote that down. Oh, come on, system, please. All right. So let's see. Oop. And we're coming in on the Pat's arrival. All right, hang on. Bear with me a second. I just want to look at the 9 right equalizer. Do I want to do Medina? No. So no via, but we're coming in over FAK, insert. Now that's going to keep a discontinuity in place. Okay. All right, I'm like, come on, where's the end of it? Here we go. So from Staka to AOCI, which is 11 miles. This can only be cleared by getting rid of the manual and then this. I'm going to keep it right now and just see how things are flowing with ATC, if ATC. All right, and then continuing. There's our arrival. There's our missed approach. And here's our to the alternate of JFK. Okay, all looks good. Okay, next up will be the RadNav page, so we go there. Everything looks clean here. Next up is the back to the initialization page. We're going to page 2 or the B as in Bravo page. Big thing we're looking here is these numbers match how we're loaded. Easiest way, bring up Toliss again. Loading. All right, so we're 119.96. Technically, if you want to round up to 120, folks, you could. And 128, or we try, boy, a CG of 128. Wow. So you know what? We're going to do it. 120.0/28. And GPS primer. All that means, folks, we're aligned. Fuel 23.1, 23.1, we're good. And we're looking at a 5% reserve. We're looking good, everything here. All right. So we've got the B page. Last thing is the perf page. I probably should have left it up here just for verification. All right, we have a runway now. Now, to speed things up, as always, we can just simply do an uplink. Okay. If we want to flex the takeoff here, folks, meaning we're going to Flex the power, meaning pull it back. We're not going at it 100+%. I think we can do close to 105% power, believe it or not. You're trying to go, how can you get more than that? Folks, it's the same way when you watch Star Trek. Scotty, give me 150% on those engines, but I can only give you 100%. No, he doesn't say that. So, but anyway, it pulls the power. Otherwise, we go toga, take off GA power, and that's just pretty close to 100%. Now, some things to take into account. Hang on, we're going to go right over this real quick. Okay, we're on Philadelphia right now. There's our ILS. Let's go back. All right, we only got 7,800 feet. Folks, that's not a, that's nothing for this plane. So yeah, I could flex it. But I'm not. I like toga. So we're going to go toga. So let's insert. So here's what we're going to end up with is 124, 124, 127. Runway 8. And we're going flaps 3. And packs off. Now that does not come in. Now here's the kicker, folks. You can change that to wet if it is a wet runway. Contaminated if it's snow or something to that effect. All of that affects this, folks. You can also put in your weather. Okay, so as you can tell right now we got 124, 124, 127. Hey, look, they match. Let's get rid of that animal for now. Let's get rid of this animal for now. Let's head over to this animal. You all might have remembered me mentioning it. Take off performance. Okay. So we got a wind of 1099. Let's see if we can put that in over here. Actually, I'm going to make sure that's what it is. It is 120 at 12 currently. See if it'll fit it in. I don't know if it will or not. Okay, current QNH 1016 with a temperature 30. Remember on landings, folks, if you've watched us a lot, we have a page we physically load this data into. It's very similar to this one. All right, so let's, now, why did it not allow? All right, let's try it this way. Okay, so we have to, what I think it's tying into is the map on here, folks. So that's why. So we can't really mess too much with it. I'm shocked then that it let us mess there. But now I can just go insert and poof, there's our page. But if we go over here and continue it out, it won't let me change it. Ultimately, we'd get pretty close to the same readings. And it's gonna, a little different actually. Well, no, 3. Wait, we're flexing, hang on. Configuration auto, I want 3. There we go. So here we go again, you see, and this shows you V1, and we should be rotating and climbing out here. So it gives you a visual of what you see on the runway. A nice little gizmo. I use it sometimes, sometimes I don't. All right, but we've got our takeoff data again. V1's 124. We're rotating at 124, climbing out at well, clearing a 50-foot obstacle at 127. And hang on. Transition 17,000. Okay, that is correct. Flaps 3 up 6. So there you go, folks. So it is set and ready to go, as are we. All I'm going to do is put F-plan up here. And folks, start an ACARS program so I get credit. With Virtual American. And we're ready to go, folks. They have us at stand. Am I in stand 7? Huh, they have us in 7. We're actually in 8. Whatever. All right. Lastly, let me get my internet in position now. And let's connect. A319. Connected. All right. And with that, folks, we're ready for push and start. Let's all right, we're going to use this down here to get doors closed. Okay, first, we're off external power. Page 2. Pushback if you use the default pushback system. Here's how you can select your fuel, and it'll slowly bring it up like it would in the real world. I already had fueled before starting. Here's this, close our doors. And finally, if we're up north, we could apply de-ice fluid. All right, so we'll wait just a second for the doors to close. There they go. You can see them clear up right here. And let's go ahead, close the door. Again, it'll go away here just like that, and we're all closed up. The next page here, you could set your PECs. So, I mean, they are trying to pull away from that lovely plug-in, but there's a lot of stuff still that either have to go to the EFB or somehow into this. So I think they may be deciding it might be easier that way. I don't know. But, all right. Bear with me 1 second, folks. I'm going to get a window open here in the office. Stand by. What else is available on the panel? All right, well, that's pretty much down. Now, if you wanted to downwind, you could come in here and from the ATSU page, go to the ATC menu. This is where you begin talking to and sending requests and all out via ACARS, I believe. Here, you can get weather reports. Hang on, let me draw one up. Let's go MWCR METAR. Now it's going to pull them all over here. Go back, received messages. New. And there's your latest METAR. Which can help in flight planning, obviously. Oh, must be commercials. Alright, well I've got them set up at 20-minute intervals and they seem to be running that way. So, but anyway, I'll show it again. So, while we wait, let me just head on over here. Don't have ATC. Hallelujah. Go above. And yeah, we're set to go for now. All right, radar stays off. And if y'all haven't noticed out here, you can see the trees blowing in the wind. I love that effect. They're over. All right. So as you can see downwind, here we are on the AOC. If you click weather, then click the line select here. It'll drop down to, as you know, the scratch pad. Then click METAR. The little asterisks go away. They come back. Then you can go to received messages, and I've already viewed it. I'm curious, and there's what it was. It gives you the METAR. If you're at a place with an ATIS, it'll pull it up for you. I haven't tried. We're going to try with Philly if I can remember, because it should have a digital ATIS even if they're offline. We'll see, and we'll see if we can pull it in. So that'll help you out. What else can we do from there? We saw the flight initialization. You can do it either from the initialization page when you're doing your flight plan or from here. Was one more I could do. But yeah. These are also, I mean, they are really bringing X-Plane up to extremely close to as you can get real world as possible. I know a couple of real world streamers who do fly over on Musfuss mostly, but they use this one for getting ready for check rides. Go figure. But anyway, it's a neat system. Let's get it back to here, to perf. I'm getting ready to push it back, folks. We just got a couple checks to do. Mainly right here in the center. Current altimeter 1016. Okay. Directors are on LS Coast. LS Coast. And basically it's constraints, folks. Any kind of altitude constraining, it's going to hold you up. And for this departure, okay. And real quick, if I can. All right, charts. All right, so here's our departure, folks. So you can see we're going to take off runway 8 at 500 feet, intercept radial 027 out to RIKEL. Down here in the bottom in the fine print, climb to 8,000 or flight level assigned by ATC. All right, I'm going to do the latter. 24. That's what we initially have out of here. And that was given via sim brief. Okay, not by a controller. So yes, technically we could bump it to 37 early. We'll wait. All right, so speed set, heading set, flight level set, brake fans off, anti-skids on, gears down. Again, last check. Radars off, spoilers down, flaps up, parking brake set. I say we call better pushback. What do you say?
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go. Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up.
Wasn't expecting a British voice here, folks. Sorry, I'm not even going to attempt my horrible rendition. Okay, come on, OBS. All right. Transponder. Beacon. And again, everything's set, and let's get rid of the chocks.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed, ready to connect.
Cleared to connect.
So connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
All right, folks, here we go. Beacons.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
Right. I just decided to do a straight back because I believe we can just pull through. Out echo down to 8, turn around and take off. All right, let's start them up. The reason my thrust levers weren't at idle is yesterday I tried a flight offline, off everything, just for the fun of it, and ran out of time and shut the sim down and forgot to pull the throttles back. It
Operation
happens.
complete. Set parking brake.
Okay.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Okay. Available means this engine's up and ready to go. We can now start number 1. Kind of curious where he's going to go here. Since we didn't pull back to a side.
Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal on the right. We'll see you next time and have a safe flight.
Thank you for flying with Mike. Show me the pins. Where are you? There he is. He went that way. There he is with the pins. All right. Couple flashes of the lights. And folks, we are ready to continue. Timer on. 3 minutes for warm-up. All right, so APU bleed off. Ground spoilers armed. Flaps 3. Oh. Okay. Now we can set the pitch and the trim right now. Again, we're reading up 6. Just click your flight control button, and I like to pull it out. My old eyes, it's a lot easier to read this way. Up 6. While we're here, okay, just getting all the surfaces moved, especially making sure they center. Okay, and then click on it, and away it goes, and off with that. Okay, back up to the top. Let's get the anti-ice. It's not needed for this, and the APU master off. And again, here is when the checklist calls for you to arm the slides. Okay. All right, nose wheel elapsed time on. Brakes, flight controls, we just did it. FMA, nav clam. Try that again. Nav, and we're in climb. And the takeoff config. Real quick, get the cabin ready. Just click 1. Then we just make it, see if it'll pass its exam. Oh, it passed. It's normal. And we're ready to go. Transponder TARA, because we're going to be back taxing, so it's best to be set up. Engine mode back to norm. And off we go. Brakes off. All right, now there are some things here on the real world charts that aren't showing here in X-Plane. For instance, the additional ramp space where those trees are, and a taxiway down to the end there. All right, out onto the runway. Owen Roberts, traffic, American 1345 back taxiing runway 8. Again, folks, strobes on. You're ready for takeoff now. Cabin's ready. So when you get down, spun around, you want to go. You got your lights on, so if people are on final, they can see you, real world. In the flight sim, they're probably not looking. Being honest here, folks. And if they're coming from behind, the strobes are still blinking back there. But again, they're probably not looking. All right, final checks. Landing lights on, nose wheel lights to turn off lights on. The mode as required, and we're set to go. Brake check, good check. It's actually a pretty little airport here, folks. And again, down here does not look like the chart. You actually go past into a displaced section, and then you have a bigger turnaround, but you're allowed to, you can hold there. Here you can't. And Owens Roberts, Cayman Island traffic, American 1345 departing runway 8. All right, takeoff procedures very simple. Chronos on. Oh, wait, gotta stop it. Clear, start. All right, chronos on here. We're set. Let's clear. In case it's not cleared, it is. Okay, here we go. 50%. Landing lights, make sure they're on. Wing lights, we're ready to go. 50%. All right, we're rolling, folks. There's 80 knots. Go. Up on V1, level out that stick. And rotate. Nice and easy. Got a positive rate of climb. Gears coming up. Set our pitch by flight director now. And through 5, not yet, not yet. I'm getting a little. Now we're through. Guess what? Go flaps. Go to autopilot. Okay, well. Go to flaps 2. Clear the area. Okay, bringing the flaps up. Alright, let's check here. Finishing it out. Engine mode. We can take the spoilers down. Let's see. Nose wheel light. That can all turn off now. It really doesn't matter, folks. They turn off when they go in the gear well anyway. Autopilot's on. Throttles in climb. Flight. Flaps are up. Anti-ice, we're not going to be less than 10 for quite a while. Altitude set for cruise, which is 24,000 until, and I don't think when you get it, well, awesome. Enjoy lunch there downwind. Thanks for being a part there during the pre-flight. We sure appreciate you. And don't be shy. We're always here. Well, we appreciate you anytime you drop in. I am, folks, by the way, a little tempted to get the A350. I don't know, just starting to think about that plane, looking at it. Although, I'm sorry, folks, the A321 does still intrigue me. You know, and the only reason I think I got the A319 is because that's what we see here at Mid-America. Had a Legion flown A320, A321s, it might have been a different story. So, but anyway, obviously we're not on a Legion, but yeah, so folks, enjoy the ride. We're climbing out. Let me, hopefully, nope, it's still being, oh, it's trying to move. Come on, OBS. Perfect. All right, that way I'm set up for en route information. Through 10,000, lights off. Again, 17,000 here, folks. Turn that down a little. There we go. And you can barely now see the Caymans in the distance as we climb away. So folks, I hope you enjoy the ride. We got about, what do we got? Hour and a half, 2 hours to Philadelphia. And we'll be setting up hopefully for the 9 right. I think it, no, or is 9 left, 9 right, one of the two. You know, folks, we're going to just go with, we're going to land on the runway, whichever one it might be. So enjoy the ride, folks. Transition is right ahead, folks, and we'll set to 10-12. Actually, to standard. Actually, I am going to flip these over. So when we hit 17, like we did, we're standard and we're in inches of mercury. All right, I see currently we have 3 hours, 40 minutes to go here, 45 minutes roughly to go. We'll see how that shortens here in the time it takes to get up to, well, the 24 isn't going to help us, but I'm going to see if we can't roll on up to cruise altitude here. All right, folks, we're doing a quick system check here. Basically, the big thing I do is balance my fuel tank right now. So we're going to come up here to the cross feed. Now it's basically going to do just that. So the right side is going to be fueling both engines momentarily here while we balance up. So turn the cross feed on. You saw the valve move on the screen. Okay, and then we're going to shut the left side pumps down. So now only the right side is powering. Of course, I'm going to check that my engines are doing fine. Appears to be. And it'll take just a little bit of time. It seems like it's slow, and then all of a sudden it just boom, like 2,000 off right now, or 1,500. Boy, it like catches up real quick. No, not 1,500, but anyway, you get the point. And again, once we do reach the same numbers, folks, we just reverse the process. I really hate when it does that. Okay, we're close enough. Close the cross feed. And now we're back to the left side fuel tanks powering or fueling number 1 engine, right side fueling number 2. All right, let's continue on. So again, I just go through each one of these with the all button. APU's off. You can see a tad bit on the warm side up top here. So what I'm gonna do, let's pull back. Well, 75 is probably not that bad for most people. If it gets warm, we'll back it off. A couple more to go. Doors closed. Now the big one on here, folks, is actually, now granted the doors are closed, slides are armed. But up here is more to what we concern ourselves. Make sure we have plenty of O2 in case we have to do a emergency descent. O2 only in the cockpit. Oxygen generators are in the back for the passengers. So this does not tell you that PSI. This is just the tanks for the pilot. Okay. And when we get to 37,000, I think is what's next. Which will be IKBIX. Where is that? I think I know off the top of my head. No, we're going to do it here at UCL. And we can go ahead for now. I'm going to go ahead and let them up. almost to UCL, folks. And at that point, we'll initiate the step climb. Let me see. Okay, so we're about 10 miles from UCL, climbing to 37, which is a little earlier than planned. But as you look at the terrain radar here, you can see the outer islands to Cuba, and then of course Cuba starting to show up here. I could bounce it out more like I did here. Now, technically in map mode, the radar is supposed to show land too, to a degree, but it's not. And I'm sure, I don't even know, I don't even want to speculate why, but I rarely get what I'm expecting on radars in Flight Sim. So, alright, so folks, I am going to kind of sit back and I'm going to relax too. I hope your week is going well, folks. Hope the weekend didn't cause you to need another one right off the bat. So enjoy, and we'll be back from time to time. All right, folks, we've reached 37,000, a little bit earlier than our flight plan shows. Nonetheless, we are there, over Cuba at the moment. So, working our way over their island, then up into Florida and on to Philadelphia. So, right now, let's do another status check since we leveled off. Make sure everything is still good. Now, normally, once you've done your first, it's about every 30 minutes. So, you want to stay ahead of things. You can, driving a semi, folks, I can tell you, you can learn a lot if you pay attention. If you just get into the road and into the ride, yeah, you might miss things. But if you keep yourself engaged with the vehicle you're in, be it a commercial truck, a car, or in this case, a plane, it helps, one, keep you alert, two, keep you ahead of any problems that may begin lurking. All right, so using the all button, hang on, let me just select that. We just go through each item, and you're going to walk through using all, engine, bleed, and right across the top. Then it's going to go to the bottom, your status, and then back to here. So there's your engines. Your bleed. How is the air getting from the engines into the air that you're cooling or warming or what you're using in the plane? And it shows you the status of the valves. Pressurization system, pretty important at 37,000. The electrical, again, how is that electricity flowing off generators 1 and 2? One in engine 1, engine 2, as I'll bet you bet, generator 2. How it flows both on the AC electrical bus and the DC electrical bus. Hydraulics. What is the quantity and pressures? Fuel. Now you saw this one before, and you can see we're still pretty well balanced out, so we're good. All takes us to APU, which is off at the moment, which it should show off. Here's how the climate is in the aircraft. 67 degrees Fahrenheit in the cockpit. And in the cabin, 75 degrees. I'm going to actually now cool it. So we're going to come back to the center. And you can see the temperatures should begin to start coming down over time. Doors, same thing we're looking at right here. Wheels, covers closed, and the brakes look good. Status, this is anything that's come up, it'll show, and your MELs as all that good stuff. And then back to your normal page. So there you go, folks. So there's a status, checking the status of your vehicle, aircraft, whatever. But folks, to check the status in your life, we have a great tool out there. It's called the Bible, and it really can give you a status check if you read through it. How, and point you to the one that can help correct things misaligned. So, and today's verse of the day, though, is an it's a proverb, folks. King Solomon wrote 31 chapters of a whole bunch of these proverbs. And today's is no different. It's another one just like the rest, meant to examine yourself. Be attitude, welcome aboard. any new work around for the upper winds? Not that I know of. Gonna be blasting right into them like I normally do. All right, so, but on the verse of the day here, folks, you'll see it here in the chat room. A man of many companions may come to ruin, but there is a friend who sticks closer than a brother. So, an interesting proverb, nonetheless. You know, many people have many acquaintances, and a fewer, you know, you've seen that chart where you have a whole bunch of acquaintances, and as we begin to zero into the center of your life, those become friends, and those even closer confidants and so forth. That's what this proverb is sort of referencing here. You have a whole bunch of companions out there, folks. But you still may come to ruin. But as long as you have a friend who sticks to you, sticks with you, helps you through, calls you out, you know, closer than a brother, you know, you can get through. Well, you know, I came across this today. You know, we all have people who disappointed us, be it the person you voted for in the election. Oh boy, I didn't even vote for the man, and he actually lived up to exactly why I didn't vote for him. You have many friends out there, many companions who've betrayed you. Some of you have been abandoned by a loved one, and I truly sorry to hear that. But the one that came out in this, a lot of people say they've been let down by church leaders or just simply the overarching church. That is sad. But remember, can I say one thing just to that before I go on? And it came out of a movie, Angels and Demons. Remember, preachers and priests are human, just like you, just like what I'm about to get into here. They aren't these people set aside. They're just people, folks, who have taken the time to study, but not live by the words that some have. A lot of them live by the words, by the love of Jesus Christ. But there are some that, well, you know, they're human. You know, while we do love others and care about them, every person in this world, be it the best friend you have, or yourself, or anyone else, is just like you. They're flawed. Or as we love to say, they're human. They have sin. Each of these flawed human breathes the same air you breathe, walks in the same ground you do. But there's only one, folks, who we can ultimately trust. You only see a letdown in them because of the way you're looking at the situation. If you turn it, you'd find out they didn't let you down, and that's God. I've heard that. People, God lets me down all the time. No, you let yourself down. See, God showed us how we can trust Him by sacrificing what was most precious to Him, His Son, Jesus Christ, because He loves us. So, don't put your hopes in what they call in this devotional, I saw mere mortals. I love that. They love that line. I see it quite a bit. But folks, trust in God. Trust in God to safeguard your future and safeguard your life ahead. Put your hope in Him, not people, folks. People are flawed. We strive to be perfect every day, folks, but you know what? We fall short every day. We just try. You know, it's an interesting line Rick Warren had out there once. He's a preacher out in Southern California. You can follow him on the radio, on the Daily Hope. And he's got a great line, folks. We try to be like Jesus, who's sinless, but we can only sin less. We can't become sinless, folks, until we move on to our next bodies. So we can only try to sin less every day to attain the sinless version of Jesus Christ. Hope you all have a great week. God bless you all. And hey, it's only 4 more days to the weekend. Get on the bright side. Bad attitude, you're giving up fingerprints today. Oh, Lord have mercy. Oh boy. Now they find out all the secrets you have. Well, that's good to hear, bud. I hope the best for you with this airline. And enjoy the new career. Like I said, it's one I have really thought long and hard. Just getting into it so later in life, it's a tough one, for a pill for me to swallow, in the money we would lose and all of that. So, and of course, trying to find an airline around here in St. Louis or somewhere to dispatch is tough. So, I mean, I know of a couple airlines and a couple of places that I may be able to dispatch, but I really don't want to up and move. Not after we got this. I mean, God gave us this beautiful place we live in. And when I say God gave it to us, folks, you don't know the doorways that were opened to move us here. So, well, hopefully soon, as soon as they get your fingerprints done, they get you in that chair and you start telling pilots, here's your route. And then they get telling you, I don't think so. No, I don't know how it is in the airline world. You work in April. Ooh. Well, it's not far away, but I know it seems far away right now. Well, like I said, I got to meet the dispatcher when Allegheny was up and running in Harrisburg, and I mean, I really thought about it, and yeah, I still think about it from time to time. But at my age, I doubt I would be hireable. So. But that's okay. I have had a blessed life through all the ups and downs and turns and wiggles and waggles and zips and zags. So, can't complain. But wishing you the best there, Bad Attitude. Hopefully the airline will be a good stepping stone or great place for you. You never know. Oh gosh, 4K. Ouch. Ouch. Yeah. Now, is it just CRJs they have, or do they go any bigger? Or smaller, I should say. Well, at least it's only one airframe to learn. They had, let's see, my dad was flying with Allegheny, the Dash 8s, different versions of them. What else? I'm trying to remember what I saw on the line there. Well, the problem is I don't know necessarily if it was just Allegheny or not. Ooh, 4 airlines, 4 different, yeah, operations manuals. Ugh. So yeah, the aircraft are always the same. It's just the way the airlines operate. It's different. Wait a minute, SkyWest, besides SkyWest, is what? Delta and United, right? Or does American use them too? Probably missed one or two. All right, let's look ahead here, folks. We're coming up to the Keys. Oh, and Alaska. Okay. I thought Alaska only used Horizon. Wow. Very cool. All right, folks. Cool. Nice aircraft, yeah, for the regional side of the world. For a second there, I thought you had regular Reg Embryo 145 lawn darts, but somehow misread the 7 for a 4. Glad I reread it. Those are nice aircraft in the regional. Huh, interesting. A special configuration for configurated 175. That is cool. on top of a regular. I flew those many years ago with a VA, and I mean they're okay, and that is something I might look into is the Embraer. I think they just came out in X-Plane12. So and see what kind of flying we can do with them. Right, I think we're getting close to the mainland of Florida now. Let me see where we're hiding here. Yep, mainland's right ahead of us. Oh, wow. I just happened to scan here on Simmel where Africa is lit up with a African West Control. Wow. That is the most. They must be getting ready for crossing the pond April 1st. And by the way, folks, if those are interested in crossing the pond, it's westbound this year, the sucky way. The reason I say that is because it sucks a lot of fuel. Whereas going eastbound, it sips the fuel. So your flight times are usually about a half hour, 45 minutes shorter going east than they are going west, where they could be as much as 45 minutes to an hour longer because of the strong headwinds. But folks, it is a fun time. Just realize they're 8 to 10 hour flights, pushing 12 depending on where you're going. And they can be fun. The controllers are up, but I don't really know what the heck they're up for if we're not talking with them. Really don't get it. So it's not like it was in the days of old across the pond, so where you did communicate. Or at least attempted to communicate. Let me put it that way. All right, I told you from time to time I'd put this up there, folks, the Sim Toolkit map. And this is gonna, hang on a second, that is just somehow, there we go. Yeah, it's much better. Looked like it was being cut off. That's why I wanted to get in there. But you can see right up in here, folks. That's where we're going. That's Philadelphia. Look at that line of heavy rain, thunderstorms pushing in. Another one back here getting ready into the Appalachians. And a third one starting to form up, well, still going to town just east of Chicago, pushing down towards Columbus, so Ohio. So yeah, welcome. Springtime in February. Hey, we'll take it. We'll take it. All right, looking down at the flight summary, I see 2 minutes, 2 hours to go. So folks, enjoy the ride. We're going to kind of sit back here on the side, monitor the chat room, but folks, definitely keep it going. We'd like to chat all the way into Philadelphia. So for now, we're at 37,000, 2 hours out. We'll be back in about an hour for sure to talk through the arrival, make sure things are all set up and nothing changed. So things happen, folks, when you're on a 3-hour flight. A 3-hour tour. Hopefully we don't end in a deserted island in the Pacific when we're over by the Atlantic. So enjoy the ride at 37,000. Well, alright, streamers. Well, we knew something was going to happen today, and it sure did. Twitchers, we lost Twitch, or OBS went offline for a few seconds and has come back online, and of course that means y'all are getting new video requests, all of that. Not sure if it's my internet provider, OBS, or what that's being a pain in the rump today, but oh well. Again, to hear this complete in its entirety, all you got to do is head over, watch us on YouTube, folks. And that link is right here, because it's been recording the whole time. So the worst it might have done was do a little stuttering in the video, but it still goes. And you thought I wasn't here. Ha ha ha. Anyway, folks, so it happens from time to time, sometimes more often than not, and this is one of them. I usually see it because I lose the voice server in VATSIM, but oddly enough, it's not enough to take me down off of VATSIM. Just the voice server, then it puts me back on, but at the same time it takes down OBS as well. So I don't know. Something tells me it's a thing between my ISP and Twitch causing this, and who knows? Above my pay grade. But anyway, we will continue on, folks. We only got like about an hour-ish out right now. There's some toolkit. There it is. Yeah, currently an hour and 6 minutes out. So, you know, while I'm here, before I just kind of sit back like you all do and kind of listen to the music and watch the aircraft in the distance, you know, I think it'd be a good time. Let's do the arrival brief. Now, we're, I think, close enough to not put the data yet into the FMC. Did I have a step climb? Hang on, folks. I may go up to 38,000 yet. 37, 38 at Trico, back down at Zerbo. All right. Kind of looking along my route. Yeah, I think I did miss it, folks. Oh, well. That's okay. I'm not even sure where all of that was along here. Well, there's Zerbo. So we're back at 37 where we belong until we get to the descents. Alright, so yeah. Zerbo was way back in Florida. Alright, so as I was saying, let's get into the arrival brief. And we're going to use a different tool this time. The Sim Toolkit. Alright, we're going to go ahead and take away that for now. Let's just take a look chart-wise. Alright, so let me see if SkyVector ever decided to come back. It did not. Alright. Let me click here to find the airplane. Now, I've got it set on like a sectional look, folks. VFR. Oh, excuse me. And by the way, that step climb, oh, I see where they wanted us from here to go up to come down. Okay. Anyway, you can see our route ahead. And the mascot is making himself known. I want my airtime. So hang on just a second. I'll be right back. I think we're about to get a package. All right, folks, the delivery man has arrived, and the mascot for Flying with Mike made his voice known. All right, so let's do something here, shall we? I shouldn't have done that yet. Hang on. Actually, let's go a different angle. There's an ILS Victor. All right. That gives you a little bit of it away. Well, no, I'm going to do it this way. All right. So what I did is, okay, with charts 8, folks, you can tell it's a little more complicated, but it allows you to overlay more on your map if you choose. And do it from a control panel here as opposed to in other places. It really kind of does make it easier. And it puts it down here at the same time. Okay, so you can see we got a flight summary under an hour now. So let's get into this, shall we? We're going to fly the PATS 3 arrival off of FAK, which is Flat Rock. So we'll go Flat Rock. Well, hang on. Let's first talk about. And again, my apologies to those of you with the stream that it's gone out a second time. And here we go. It just reconnected, so all right, folks. Well, for those of you on the stream, welcome back a second time. Sorry for that. All right, let's continue here while we have it. So we have a D-ATIS that we can go out and get it. Folks, you can do that very soon. Hey, back from lunch. Sorry to see, I want to apologize. Twitch or my internet provider or OBS is just being royal pain. We're on the 3rd stream now of the same flight because of it disconnecting. The good thing is the video for YouTube should be in full intact. So yeah, I don't know why OBS does this. It's a pain in the rump. Iowa Scotsman, welcome aboard as well. Hopefully you haven't been lurking as downwind was and seeing it go off and on. Gotta love it. Don't know if it's a twitchy thing, internet thing, or OBS. All of the above, none of the above. So, but again, welcome in, Iowa Scotsman. All right, so again, D-ATIS. Now you can reach this by going to this website here in the States. And if you go to that website, you'll be able, oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I believe it. I've been I generally don't have one with OBS as well here, but today is a day. So I got a feeling it's something to do with the internet, but the neat thing is, since I am recording as well, YouTube replay will be fine, usually. All right, so D-ATIS, if you go to that, click whatever airport that has the D-ATIS in the States, and you'll get the ATIS far as away as takeoff. Who knows? So, all right, so we're planning a 9 right arrival into Philadelphia. PATS, correction, from ESO. We're going to track 46 to PATS. All right, and then we'll track in. So basically what we're saying is from here, they're giving you the routing. However, ours starts way back here in Flat Rock, rolling us up to Bucky, to Hedge, to Caney, to Esso. Couple of altitudes we got to be at is 15,000 at Jabo, 10,000 at Esso, 250 on the speed. Now at PATS, we're going to divert and go to Toliss, cheese, and steak, and vector onto the runway. So pretty simple deal. We'll of course continue our descent at cheese. We'll slow to 190. Because literally we could turn and then turn right back in on the runway, as we're about to see. So that's the arrival for the PATS 3 arrival. For our ILS, okay, we could go out to B-Wine. Maybe there's, oh, that's why there's cheese on the arrival. Anyway, but we'll track in on the 087 for the runway. Again, there's the frequencies we'll deal with. Now the localizer will be automatically selected. I know. Gotta love Philly. They want to make you hungry to get in there for those Philly cheesesteaks. But anyway, 109.3's the localizer, 087's the course. Keeley, however you want to say it, 7.5 miles out, 1,800 feet. Now the fun one we have here is the DA, which is in bold, the height, which is 200 here in the parentheses. They are exactly the same level in the sky. Just one is reading you from sea level, one is reading you from the ground. As you notice, the touchdown is 21 feet, so that would be 200 feet AGL. When you're putting this in the McDo, folks, this would be the MDA. This, I think it's MDA or MDH, and this would be your DA or DH. So, whichever one, it'll only let you put one of them in. Because if you put this one in on the top number, fine. But if you then go put this one in on the DA or DH, whatever it says, it'll change to that one and get rid of that. So it's your choice. Okay, finally, here's some the missed approach. And if you're coming in on radials 129 clockwise to 177, you're not going to use this transition. All right, from Bewine to Associ to Keeley, you see the step down we have to 1,800 feet, then glide slope all the way in, if not back here. Now, this chart is nice to us. We'll probably be right here at 130. So probably a 700 foot a minute or so descent if we don't have a glide slope indication. And we'll put it, you got to kind of guesstimate that, you know, that's the bad thing here. Time wise, I'm going to say about 2 minutes, 30 seconds or thereabouts. And we'll be at the missed approach point from Cayley to the missed approach. Now, if we were to have weather, we have ALSIF 2, all the lights in the world to find the runway. We can also go down to category 2 and 3 for the arrival if we had to. Right now, does not appear to be. However, there is a line of storms working their way that way. Will they beat us? We'll find out. And then there's the missed approach, and here's minimums. Minimums for our approach, we have a full rack on the approach, RVR of 18, or a half mile. Okay, for the, if we have some of the lights out, so long as we have a flight director autopilot HUD to decision altitude, we can go to RVR 18. That's what that one's saying. Otherwise, it's an RVR of 24. Again, this is not in play as of yet. And then once we're on the ground, folks, if I get lucky, I can come off at Sierra 6 or Sierra 8, then taxi to the A ramp. Somewhere in here. I don't think I saved that chart, so we'll get it right now. All right. Here we go. A13 is where the real world flight goes. Where is A13? Ah, there it is, way over here. So you can see we're going to have to come up Kilo to enter the ramp either at Quebec and come in, or come in here Romeo to Quebec, or Juliet, sorry, work our way in. There's where we're going to aim for. We are over Florence. And that, folks, is our arrival brief. Now, we're going to use a tool over here. He says cautiously. It's on the EFB now. It's landing performance. There isn't a lot you can change. Oh, yes, I see the cursor now, so I can change it. So let me find Philly. And the storms are going to get there when we do. 080 at 3. That's good. Barometric pressure 2987. That's good. Currently, let me pull up the DATAs. They may have a wet runway. Okay, currently they do not show a wet runway NOTAM in place. So, let's see here. ILS Victor. Okay, yeah, I'm not having a wet runway right now. Nothing showing drizzle, just a little bit of, but they could be getting some rain here soon. Go ahead and go engine. We'll call it wet. Hang on, let me look at that runway again. It's a 12,000 foot runway. All right, so that gives you an idea how far it's going to take down the runway. Let's back it off to low. I'm going to run low. Reversers on. Okay. So again, you get an idea of how much runway you're going to need. And that can then judge which set of brakes you want to put on, the medium or what. So we're going to look at about a 4,700 foot to 6,300 foot rollout and a speed of 130. All right, so where are we in relation to the airport? 258 or 50 miles out. So we got at about 80 miles, I'm going to start plugging in information to the McDo's. Or McDo, I should say, because we only have to do one. And then take a look here. We're getting no approaches yet. Let's see him. The heck is that? That'll be interesting to see when it pops up here. But again, if you go to that DA, so when you're flying, folks, and you're curious if you're going into one of the more populated airports like St. Louis, Charlotte, trying to think of some of the more smaller ones that they cover. Look up under that select facility. Any of those facilities in U.S. and U.S. territories, you can actually get real-world ATIS information so you have an idea what to expect. Now, that ain't going to say VATSIM throws the curveball and says, nope, we're going to play with what the winds say, when the real world has other criterion in play. For instance, JFK has to be concerned with any runway they set active, LaGuardia. It's only 10, 20 miles to the northwest, folks. Conversely, LaGuardia has to do the same. All right, so is this thing updated yet? Does not appear to have. I sometimes really do not like Similware, folks. There I am. Yeah, right now it looks like Philadelphia has their approach up. So we'll kind of be ready for that as we get in closer. But for now, folks, we'll just kind of sit back, enjoy the music, and come back to you in about 10 minutes or so and get the information plugged in and start down the approach to Philadelphia. Alright folks, let's see how close we've gotten in these few minutes. We're down to 172 miles, so give it a few more minutes and we'll be plugging that information in. Folks, it has been a pleasure flying for you, even though it's been challenging on stream. For the video, you guys are like, what are you talking about? Well, that's what happens when you're on lives. You're at the mercy of the internet. OBS, you're at the mercy of Twitch. Who knows what's causing it, but all I do know is we're getting close. And Philadelphia approach is beginning to show up here. 128.4. See something, folks. Now you can kind of see what's affecting the Philadelphia area. We're still way back here, so we'll kind of see how things come up here, but got a nice line of storms cutting through right now the south side of Philly. That's why we'll see. That's why I went ahead and planned wet on that one, on the EFB, because I got a feeling they'll have a wet runway up by the time we get there. So we shall find out, though. Well, it is now over 40 minutes old, that ATIS, so right now I guess they're not putting it out. Let me see what VATSIM is putting out. I don't know if we're seeing... Oh yeah, we are. Nope, they're not calling a wet runway either. Remember a long time ago I used to pull in live cameras at Philly. This is even after 9/11, folks. And this, you know, before and after, I still could get in there. I forget where I found them, but oh, they were interesting sometimes. Sorry. Oh, my wife. Alrighty, but anyway, folks, lost my train of thought. That's okay, probably not that important. But again, winds are 080 at 3, 10 miles of visibility, so probably a visual approach because it's broken at 13,000. Oh, hang on. Let's get rid of Sim Toolkit. There we go. And we can see what's up ahead. All right, you know what? Let's have a little bit of, let's see what we can learn in these ensuing minutes here. So I'm going to go to McDo menu, ATSU. I believe it was AOC. See if we can get the ATIS. About that, folks. That is the same one I pulled up on that D-ATIS site that I put the link down on. And you could go in here and get it inbound. So we're out far enough, we'd know the Victor ILS 9 right. Interesting. Well, there we go, folks. So now we have what's currently running on the ATIS. I actually have an aircraft off to my... Let's see here. Can we see their level with us? Let's see if we're able to see them. The only other thing I don't know how to do yet is work with this ATIS. Not with the ATIS, the ACARS. I think that contrail is them, folks. Let's see, who would that be? Could be aircraft coming in. Should be. No, he's getting close to top of the center. Yeah, that's coming in from the Virgin Islands. So, to Dulles. And that contrail right here, folks, is right here on, they're probably coming up to FAK2. They're going to be in behind us. That's pretty cool. All right. Hope to be using the ACAR system messaging and all here shortly, as soon as we figure out how to log in and get on with the controllers and all. Zulu. Oh, there's the Victor right there. Doggone it, didn't even see it. All right, we're about 80 miles from top of descent, folks. So let's start plugging info in. Okay, we're QNH will be 2987. So 2987. Temperature 9. Okay. All right, now again, here's where we go back to just putting it on this one here so I could number 221 for MDA or 200 for DH. Okay, making the turn now, Flat Rock. We are on the arrival. Top of descent's right where right here. Okay, so we are planned 70 miles out. Let's start in on our checklist. Let's do one last system check. Everything's looking good. Okay, balanced out here one more time, continuing on. Okay, all right, so landing elevation, auto, arrival complete, performance for the approach completed, top of descent winds. All right, this one I still have troubles with. You can do, not 100% sure where you go in here for that. Okay. 20 miles before, so we're setting 15,000. So we'll be there shortly, and we'll go on with this as we go. All right. But again, folks, we are just about to Philadelphia, showing 19 minutes to go, and we'll be starting our descent here momentarily. And we've been, since the release of brakes on the runway, 2 hours, 45 minutes in the air. Since pushback, 2 hours, 50 minutes. Just got under 40 miles to the top of descent. All right, and if y'all weren't here for the brief for the arrival, those that weren't, hang on a second. Let me get my chart in play here. All right. All right, as you can see, we're not on the chart right now. We're in the part of this chart that's not coinciding with the map. But at JBO, right here, if I zoom in, 15,000, then ESO at 10,000, and then there's the rest of the route. What I've done is I've superimposed it on the charts map. So you can see we're actually flying it, coming up to Bucky here, then over to JBO. And JBO will equal out. So okay, we're in. I'm going to wait till about 10 miles out and start our managed descent. If need be, I will go into what's called an open descent, where I'll set a steeper descent with speed brakes to get us down to 15 in time. Remember, I don't have ATC right now. In the real world, they would be, and probably would have already started their stepping them down in the approach. But I could be wrong. They may not have. All right, so let us we go. Manage descent. All right, with that, let's turn seatbelts on. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. We have started our descent into the Philadelphia airport at this time. Currently, the weather, west or easterly winds at 3 mile an hour, 10 miles of visibility, and kind of a cloudy, sprinkly day. Right now, not too bad on the rain. We'll see how the storms break out, but we are starting our descent. Should be in there in about 14 minutes. So thank you for choosing American, and flight attendants, prepare for landing. Okay, where's my dot? Okay, there it is. Let's see how this goes, because we got 20,000 feet to lose, folks, between Bucky and Cayman. That is in a time span of 35 miles, so that's about 1,000 feet a mile. See how it does here. If it doesn't, I'm going to kick it in. Okay. One thing here. See the green dot coming down? That corresponds to how close we're getting to this squiggle line here, to where we'll finally meet up with the projected descent path to make JBO. If I still feel we're off, I will switch it to open and get us in quicker, get us down to that altitude. All right, LS constraints. Okay. All right, we're doing a set. Yep, we got a lot of altitude to lose, folks. Okay, looks like Philadelphia went down. we go, folks. Below. Okay, folks, we are through most of the descent now. We're just passing SO, slightly above altitude. Descending down to Cheese, where we'll need to be at 190. I'm going to plan 5,000 and work our way from there. We don't have set altitudes at this point. So, but we'll plan 190. We're about... Yeah, we're going to need to start slowing up. Lights on. Okay, we'll continue our descent now. All right. Brakes, we said low. All right, and here we go. Down to about 2. It's like we're out ahead of the storm front, folks. Okay, here we go. Slowing up to 190. Flaps more. Okay, so we do have now a wet runway. Light rain. Alright, so knew it was coming. Change on barometric. 2983. Temperature 8. And we're looking at winds. 15. Okay, that just helps us out. We got the spoilers up, right? Okay. Coming down to 3. Okay, folks, sorry I've been a little quiet here. Been kind of doing a lot of things here to try to get this bird slowed up, and we finally got her slowed. As soon as we get a glide slope active, we are currently over B-Wine. Philadelphia traffic, American 1345 B-Wine, inbound for 9 right ILS. We'll deal with it. What a flaps 3, spoilers armed. Thinking I have the runway in sight, but we'll wait till we're for sure. All right, we're killing the music, folks, as we're about to take over and bring her in. All right, one. Okay, I've got the runway. Okay, we are set. Checklist complete. Visual. And Philadelphia traffic, American 1345, 3-mile final, 09 right. Okay, Got a little bit of a wind, as we knew. 140 at 15, actually coming out to 12 something, but it's about half, so that's good. Visually, we're good. Landing.
Minimum.
And yes, we're stable.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. Retard. 10. 5.
All right, we're going to exit at whatever this is. I think it's Sierra 6, but we'll find out here in a minute. All right, Sierra 6. And Philadelphia traffic, American 1345's off, 9 right at Sierra 6, taxi to the gates. Okay, anti-ice off. Right, and APU started. Oh, you know, it always helps to come out of reverse. Okay, Tango. And again, Alpha 13 is what we're shooting for. All right, crossing number 9, right. Okay, we'll take Kilo. Okay, and then finally terrain. All right, park and brake set. All right, folks, we're in. Let me see, my brakes look good. Turn this now to standby. Go to the bleed. All right. Welcome in, folks, and let's start in. All right, we are in the blocks. Let's see how we did. First off, let's record this. Landing rate 300 feet a minute. Okay. Why is my livery flagged? Huh. Interesting. Yeah. All right, so we are in 300 feet a minute with them. I need to turn the beacon off. All right, and let's see if that's going to start the doors opening. There they go. All right, so they're starting to open up now. All right, let's take a look here. Sim toolkit. What is it? $2.99. Okay, we'll take it. Go back up here. Oh, I know why I got to finish the flight here. Didn't put this airplane in. Okay, view details. Again, $2.99. Let's take a look. Not bad. Right on the center line. 1,700 feet down the runway, folks, is not a bad landing. By the way, this is the de-ice area for this runway. It's been there for quite a while now. So the aircraft pull in, they attack it with the de-ice fluid and send it on its way. That way their 30 minutes doesn't start way back here. Anyway, let's look at the metrics here. 12,000 foot runway. Ideal 87, we were 89. That's probably why we drifted off center line, but that's also, remember, we had a pretty good crosswind coming in, so that made it a little bit more challenging. Pitch was 5 degrees, so we hit at 118, not bad, a little slow, and 1.47, so overall a good landing at this vantage point. All right. Let's go ahead and button this thing up. Get those closed up. We'll get the chocks off of it and do some rewinds into here and see how it looked that way. Okay. See how we got everything. All right, we're going to go ahead, remove chocks. All right, here we go. Oh, let's get that jetway away. Okay. Once it's secured, let's go back and take a look. Matt, noticed you there. My apologies for, hang on a second. Oh, that's right. My apologies there, Matt. Hope we buttered the bread just fine for you. Let's see, here we go. And yeah, I forgot. Doggone it. Always forget something. Let me make sure nothing else. Nope, let's go backwards. Let's do this. Got into a rain shower that's going to be moving in here. Okay, I concur with that. That was a little bit of a rough landing. I think I flared too early, that's why I was slowed. Yeah. let's see how some of our guests enjoy the view. Well, it is my job to wake you up in that landing. Alright folks, well, one more look and then we'll kind of call it a night. How'd it look from the tower? Actually, really not all that bad. Alright folks, welcome into Philadelphia, otherwise known as Philadelphia, and that was fun folks, coming up from the Cayman Islands here. So let's get that jetway back out here, get the chocks on. That'll wrap it up. Hope you all had a great time. I sure did. Flying from the Cayman up here to the city of brotherly love. A city that loves to take you for everything you got. Anyway, folks, I hope you all have a great day. Great tomorrow. Tuesday, we're at work. Wednesday, we're back here. And we'll be up and flying to Phoenix. So if you want to check the schedule out, it's down below here on Twitch, over at our Discord channels. Folks, again, on behalf of Flying with Mike, thank you for flying with us. God bless you all. Have a great day. We'll see you Wednesday on our way to Phoenix.